Certainly, I think we had a very productive first day to the meeting. Today, obviously, will be different in terms of the fact that we're going to be operating through breakout groups, and you'll hear you'll be briefed on the arrangements for those later on. Before we get into the introduction to presentation of financial statements, Ross has just got a couple of administrative announcements.
Yes, so as you've noticed the first few days here, they've got cultural activities during the breaks, and today is Arabic calligraphy, which is a beautiful art of handwriting using Arabic script. It's a traditional craft that combines creativity, precision, and cultural expression, often used in religious text, architecture, and decorative designs. So the calligrapher will be there on the breaks, and you can get your name written and beautiful Arabic calligraphy. So please go and ask questions on the breaks, take advantage of it, and get your name written in Arabic calligraphy. I'm looking forward to the first break to get mine written.
Yeah, thanks. Having seen already some of the names written, it'd be really nice to do that. So, moving on to the business for today, back in the last session today, we have the board's input to reimagining public finance, the World Bank project. But the main part of today is on the presentation of financial statements project. And just before we actually get into that, I'd like to welcome Eileen as in her new guise of project lead in terms of presentation of financial statements. Very pleased that you've taken on Anthony's mantle, and I think got up to speed incredibly quickly on that. So thank you very much, Eileen, for that, and some very interesting and I hope productive in terms of today's discussions papers, and also to note that whilst I was chairing the task force for the first part of this work in terms of thinking about priorities and where to put time during 2025, I realised that just some additional support was required on this, and so David has agreed to take over the chairmanship of the task force as we move through to the consultation paper and the illustrative exposure draft. So thank you very much, David, for taking that on, and I think it's a tribute to the way the two of you have worked that we've got to where we have done, only 11 weeks after Anthony finished his session. So with that, Eileen, to you.
Thank you, Chair. David, I didn't know if you wanted to give any opening remarks beforehand, and I actually need to find the clicker, so we've got a minute. Oh.
Okay, thank you very much, Eileen and Ian, for those remarks. All I wanted to say at the outset of, I suppose, my chairmanship of the task force is this is an important project. Today is a very important day in as much as that the decisions or instructions that we're given today will impact very much on what we are able to bring to you in March and the progress that we can make in March. So you will be given an overview through Eileen of what we want to get out of today. So all I ask is that you give it your best attention so that we can get some good feedback to enable us to move this project forward in line with the timetable in the agenda papers. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Chair, for the warm welcome. So as mentioned today, day 2 of the IPSASB agenda is primarily focused on the presentation of financial statements project. And just to add to what David has mentioned today, I feel like it is an important but also kind of a good kickoff for this session, because we're really pivoting the focus on this project. Last time it was on statement of financial position, and now we're really getting more into the weeds on the discussion on the statement of financial performance. Now, as you've heard in the last few minutes, we have had some changes on the staffing side. So David joining as the new task force chair, and I myself joining as the staff lead a few weeks ago. And so for us, it was really helpful just to kind of sit back, better understand the project, and think about the journey that the IPSASB has been on for presentation of financial statements. So it's summarized in usual form on the timeline up here. But one thing that I think really struck us as we were looking at past decisions, past deliberations, and the progress to date is that things have definitely evolved on this project as more information has come through externally, so including IFRS 18 issuance, but also through the deliberations the board has engaged in through its research and scoping discussions, as well as the earlier stages of phase 1 in developing its CP and illustrative exposure draft. And so to really help us try to onboard as quickly as possible and get up to speed, it helped us to do this kind of step back, holistic overview, and really appreciate the progress that the board has made so far. So we've listed some here kind of at a higher level, but the IPSASB has completed its discussions on the overview, scoping, and I would say most of the general requirements. There's, I think, about 2 or 3 items left on that one, and all of the statement of financial position. So that really positions us now to take on statement of financial performance and the topics related to this. It's going to feel a little familiar for some. As you may recall, there were very exploratory breakout sessions that were held last December and March of this year, just to start collecting some of the earlier thoughts and feedback from members, TAs, and observers to try to feed into this discussion. And since then, IFRS 18 was also officially issued by the IASB. So things have really continued to evolve. Now, I would say as we were going through these discussions, and I think I had about a 1 hour overlap with Anthony before he finished with the staff team, where I just kind of picked his brain to say, what are your thoughts on this project, and what are some of the key things that you're taking away as you were thinking about the next steps on this project. And he really emphasized how the board spent time thinking about GFS alignment and IFRS alignment, but was really starting to make this clear direction towards IFRS alignment. And that was coming through even from the breakout discussion notes that I was reading through because of the conceptual alignment element between IFRS and IASB. So it does seem to be guiding us in that way. And it was a good thing to consider as we take on this new phase of the project. So the paper, the first paper, did outline some of the key strategic decisions that have come through over the past few discussions and through our reflection of the project itself. And so that's listed here on the bottom left corner of the slide. So aligning with IFRS unless there's a very clear public sector reason to deviate, being consistent with our conceptual framework, retaining the parts of IPSAS 1 that still work for the public sector, and really finding a balance, which can be very challenging between trying to bring more structure and thus comparability, but also being flexible for the realities of the international public sector, because jurisdictions and entities can still differ quite substantially, and thus the needs of their users can differ in that way. So the last thing we wanted to highlight from this paper was just next steps. As David mentioned, we've got a tight timeline. Right now, the proposed approval of the consultation paper and accompanying illustrative exposure draft is September 2025. And I believe that was reflected in Ross's PTD report as well. So David and I kind of took a step back, thought about what's been done, what's left to do, general sequencing, as there is some connectivity between these the remaining topics. And what we've proposed here is obviously a very busy 2025, so we appreciate the board's support through that. But this meeting is focused on statement of financial performance, and the discussions that we'll have today throughout the plenary here, as well as in the breakout sessions, will really help us to make sure we can get to a good place for Q1 2025 and finalize some of the decisions, guidance, et cetera, for this stage in the project. So with that, I will take a pause, pass it back to the chair for any questions, comments from members before we start kicking off the discussions of the papers. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen, for the introduction. I think it's very helpful to locate us in terms of that project timeline and what we have already done, and also where we need to go. So any comments, reflections from members? Okay, I think that's clear. So then move us on into the next paper.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, everyone. So paper 7.2.2 is the first discussion that we have here on statement of financial performance. And so what we wanted to do is just provide a quick overview first about what IPSAS 1 requires and versus IFRS. The reason we felt it was important to just give this overview is the last time the IPSASB discussed categories and the benefits of categories was before IFRS 18. And so it was useful to kind of think about, current state of what IPSAS 1 says, what IFRS 18 now requires, and some of the gaps that IFRS 18 was filling in the private sector and reflecting on that for us in the public sector. Now, the statement of financial performance in the public sector is a really key piece of information for users of the financial statements in the public sector. And IPSAS 1 currently requires that all revenue and expenses are in the statement of financial performance unless otherwise stated by IPSAS. So certain IPSAS might indicate that a revenue item or an expense item should be outside of this statement. Now, overall, IPSAS 1 does set pretty minimum presentation and disclosure requirements and allows a lot of flexibility for the public sector entities to present the information that they deem to be material, relevant, and faithfully representative of the financial performance in that period. Now, in December of last year, the IPSASB first engaged in discussions on this and shared some preliminary views on whether or not to require categorization and subtotals, just like the IASB was considering to require. And now that IFRS 18 has been issued and is replacing IAS 1, the IPSAS had decided to align with IFRS 18 unless there were certain deviations for the public sector that seemed warranted. And this was really because the objective and the role of financial statements is the same between the public sector and the private sector. Now, IFRS 18 was replacing IAS 1, and I would say the differences between IAS 1 and IFRS 18, they're primarily in this statement, in the statement of profit and loss. And these new requirements that IFRS 18 introduces that were not in IAS 1 are really influenced by the needs of their users. And this was because IAS 1 required minimum guidance on the presentation of financial performance information. And as a result, that lack of specific requirements resulted in diversity in practice in how things were reported. And that, of course, results in varied structure and less comparability across information between different entities and industries. And so that really posed challenges for users in actually understanding, analyzing, and comparing financial performance information across various statements. So there was a very clear need and a potential for improvement, and that's why IFRS 18 had introduced structured format to better address these needs. Now, if we think about this in the public sector context, it was important to really step back and say, well, okay, in the private sector, they identified a need, and now this is how they're addressing a need. But do we have the same situation for us here in the public sector? And so the analysis in the paper was structured in that way to say, first of all, let's consider, is there a potential for improvement in the public sector as well? And so the first question is listed here. And as you'll have seen in the paper, based on staff's analysis, we do feel that, yes, there is a similar potential for improvement. Now, this is really building on the feedback that participants at the breakout session in last December had provided, indicating that, if we think about the broader constituent needs and what IPSAS 1 currently requires, we do have that similar level of really minimum requirements in IPSAS 1 and diversity in practice of how information is being stated on the statement of financial performance. And while the specific nature of public sector and private sector information needs differ, the overall intention, as well as the challenges of, ensuring that the role of the financial statements is met is technically the same. They have the same challenges in trying to communicate clear information to the users of public sector financial statements. And so if we think about the similar objectives and role of the financial statements, it is important then to reflect on whether or not the current IPSAS 1 requirements allow for a clear and structured format of information for the public sector. Now, given that the statement of financial performance is a really key place of information for users of the financial statements, it is important to consider whether or not the current requirements allow for the needs of user analysis and decision making to be met in a good way. And it seemed that given the similar challenges between IAS 1 and IPSAS 1, there would be the same potential for improvement in improving the requirements within IPSAS 1 to better address the needs of the users. So question 2 then is, all right, well, we've got a potential for improvement. IFRS introduced categorization, but is categorization as a concept useful for the public sector? And as you'll have seen in the paper, staff's proposal is that yes, categorization as a concept is definitely going to be helpful. It helps the public sector entity, the reporting entity, actually group and classify its information in a much clearer and understandable way, and thus would help the users of their financial statements better understand, analyze, and objectively compare financial performance information. Now, just to note here, the categorization is not aggregation. I think a good layperson way of thinking about it for me is if I have 100 books in my room and they're all just stacked on the floor, not necessarily helpful. But if I have a shelf in the room and I can say my first row is fiction, then nonfiction, then cookbooks, well, I've now categorized them and I can put the books there so that it's a little bit more organized in a way. So that categorization can really help you to get a very clear and fuller picture in a much easier way. Now, structure through categorization has been useful on a financial statement perspective in the past, and particularly in the public sector and for users of public sector financial statements. And so conceptually, it does seem that introducing categories would help public sector financial statement users also better understand the information on the statement of financial performance, and thus better judge whether or not the reporting entity is properly making progress towards its service delivery objectives, and being able to compare that across the entities and jurisdictions. The last question in the analysis is, well, okay, we agree that there's a need for improvement, that categorization as a concept is useful, but practically, what could that mean for us? If we actually took the categorization that IFRS 18 proposes, would that actually work for us in the public sector? And based on some of the analysis, our view is, yes, it could be. I won't go into too many details in the plenary. I think it's listed in the paper, and we can clarify if anything needs clarification. But this really reflects on some of the discussions from the breakout session last year, where I think in general members were supportive of having categories, but it was more of, does operating, investing, and financing as categories work for the public sector? So the analysis in the paper really looked at, if we did have that categorization, what could that mean for us? So I went back and thought about the types of revenue and expenses that would be grouped under operating, investing, and financing if we were aligned with the IFRS. And we noted that it's actually the same kinds of transactions and IPSAS, which are aligned with IFRS, that would actually result in revenue and expenses in each of these categories. So the categorization of revenue and expenses from these transactions would be the same between the two. The other thing we noted that we wanted to highlight from the paper is that the naming, operating, investing, and financing in IFRS are really just meant to be terms to help with facilitating, the presentation of this guidance and sharing that with users. But in reality, the terms also cause a bit of confusion in the private sector as well. And the private sector does allow for entities to use that as more of a way of thinking about the information they have, not necessarily as a rigid classification in the way that you might see in the cash flow statement. So if we really take operating, investing, and financing and think about it from the public sector perspective, revenue and expenses that are considered in the operating category are those that are to support the delivery of public service delivery objectives. For those in investing, it's revenues and expenses from investments of resources to maintain those service delivery objectives over the medium and the long term. And those that would appear in the financing category are those that are there to service debt obligations. So all in all, it felt like these categories, while the naming might be not as intuitive just from the preliminary viewpoint, they do work in practice. And the transactions that we have and the revenue and expenses related to those transactions would actually fit into these categories. Now, I think one thing we found powerful as a board in the past is that when things are unclear, we can always add additional guidance to try to be clearer about what we mean and what may fall into these categories. So staff's view is that we could use these category names, but supplement with additional guidance that better supports public sector entities in understanding when we say operating, what kind of revenue and expenses do we mean here? When we say investing, what kind of public sector transactions would fall into that category? So all in all, this led to our recommendation for the board as follows. First is to require entities to classify and present revenue and expense items into categories on the statement of financial performance. And the second is to align with the IFRS 18 categories and provide additional public sector guidance to be able to support public sector entities in understanding how to consider and classify its revenue and expense items into these categories. With that, I'll pass it back to you, Chair, to facilitate the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that very helpful introduction, Eileen. So what I'd like to do to structure the discussion then is to focus on each of these recommendations in turn. So if we can focus first on whether we should require entities to classify and present revenue and expense items in categories on the statement of financial performance. And then we'll take separately the question of whether and how we might align with IFRS 18. So I just want comments in terms of the staff recommendation on the first point about categorization. Okay. Claudia.
Thank you. In my view, we can give with the concept of categorization, but what I'm struggling really is with defining which, even if it's aligned or not, to give the categories. What we can, in my view, it's better to provide a concept how to build categories depending on their own structure, whatever. Because as Eileen presented at the beginning, she said it should be structured but flexible. How I could reach them if I give certain categories or define the categories. Because when we think about a consolidated financial statement, we have a consolidation of a fiscal financial institution together with the central government and maybe an insurance company. All they are in the consolidated view. So we don't get really comparable to other jurisdiction. We get a comparable in the same jurisdiction because they have maybe the same structure. Even in a federation, we have on state level different structure of who's responsible for what, the municipality or the state level or the federation, it's the same. That comes to me to the end, what is relevant in our financial statement? It should be relevant for taxpayer and the parliamentarian for approving their resources or giving the resources to certain topics. So the focus is, as hopefully the future have also accrue budgeting, so to allocate the money to the different position. And maybe we come in later on, I'm struggling. We have actually only assets held for operational capacity or assets held for financial capacity. So we have already two concepts. And if we add a new categorization, then it makes it more complex to decide, these assets could be in these these, and then we have more categories. That's why I think it would be more helpful if we give a direction how to categorize, but the categorization we leave to the entity who prepares the financial statement.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. Camira and then Lynn.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Eileen. I would like to have a step back to understand better the problem we are trying to address through these new categories. Because, okay, in the paper you described that, for instance, the diversity is a problem, the lack of comparability, which is a case in the private sector. But I'm not sure if in the public sector it's the same, at least at national level, because usually the Ministry of Finance or the entity which is in charge of preparing the consolidated financial statements, they already define the structure of the financial statements. So public sector entities are already required to use that template to present their financial statements. So there is no lack of comparability at national level. Are we trying to address then the lack of comparability between public sector and private sector, or the international comparability? If this is the case, then we should take a different approach to identify what is the problem. For instance, take a closer look to what are the categories from different jurisdictions are using. And if you are trying to make them more comparable, what are the common categories they are using, so that you can propose something as optional, but not mandatory, just as an idea. Thanks.
So Lynn, to you, and then Mike.
Thanks. I was sort of hesitating about putting my flag up because I realised I didn't know if my comments relate to categorisation within your categories or if they related to the categories themselves. Because I guess I was reflecting on some of the presentations we've had over the last few days around analysis, and we've got the World Bank project, which is talking about development outcomes, and then reimagining public financial management. And then you're then thinking, well, is there an opportunity to categorize our expenditure that relates to outcomes? That might be an opportunity to do that. I was also struck by the statistical presentations we had yesterday when we heard that COFOG is one of the most requested analyses that and most used analyses. And so that got me thinking, is this an opportunity to categorize in a way that promotes greater alignment to statistical analysis? And then I hesitated about whether or not both of those two analyses, you might argue, are within the operating category as you might define it here. But then I thought to myself, or is it, would we have those sub-analyses then within investing and then within financing? And then does that make that very complicated and complex if we then say, and I think that's partly Claudia's point as well around, it's just getting really complicated then that if we go with the IFRS 18 categories, would then within each of those have to repeat a different set of analysis that is then consistent at that next level. So all of that then got me thinking, actually, are the IFRS 18 categories the most useful to the public sector or not? Or do we need to take a step back, which I think was Camira's point as well about, should we take just a step back to see what is it we're trying to achieve with the categorization? And the whole point about comparability, I sometimes think we overstate the need for comparability because everything you hear is that people use different comparability, different analysis like COFOG for comparability. So I guess my intervention here is not actually being that helpful, because I guess I'm confused about what we're trying to achieve. I don't know if my comments are actually aimed at, we need to think about how we categorize within the different categories, or do we need to take a step back again to think about what we're trying to achieve, and is there an opportunity to align with what some of our users are saying to us in terms of World Bank and statistics?
Thanks, Lynn. I think it is useful to try and reflect on the question that we're trying to answer. And I think it's quite important, and this goes to the point about COFOG, to remember that we do have a standard on segmental reporting, and you are allowed to use COFOG for your segmental reports. We also have guidance on service performance reporting, and I think that's potentially important when you think about what are the programs that you are delivering in terms of, for example, SDGs and so on. And I think one of the things that, and this is why I wanted to split the question in two, I think the question is categorization helpful? And that's, and I think what we have to guard against here is essentially what happened with the ISB when they did their project, which is frankly that they spun the wheels for a long while, because it was actually almost impossible to get consensus between preparers and investors over what the categories actually were. And I think that's where we really need to guard against that, because you're not going to get a clarity, frankly, when you go out and consult. So I think in presenting this, we do need to be really careful that we actually show the various different tools that are already available. So whilst we're not picking up segmental reporting at this point in time, and I think it's right that we do this project first and then move on to segmental reporting, I think we need to play that into the discussion in the consultation paper. And we certainly do need to play in the RPG3 guidance on service performance reporting, because indeed I know that, for example, New Zealand haven't picked up segmental reporting because they do service performance reporting, as an example. So I think we need to reflect on what are the other tools that we already have available and how they would address, to Lynn's point, different types of users. And certainly I think COFOG is a segmental reporting issue, and you can use, already under our guidance in IPSAS 18, you can use COFOG. So I think let's make sure we're aware of that, rather than taking a step totally back on this. Thinking about it, the reason why we are doing a consultation paper is because that gives us the opportunity to put some ideas out there and actually, in terms of tactics, actually get our stakeholders to respond to a proposal. And it's a lot more productive tactically to actually get people to respond to a proposal. So I think rather than say we need to do more research, actually probably what we need to do is actually present people with an option and then get them to respond to that option. And if they don't like that option, what do they want? Rather than take a step completely back on this. So I think the real question we need to focus on today is actually, would categorization within the performance statement help our users to understand what's going on? And then we will, and that's really what I'm looking for at the moment, not the categories in terms of IFRS 18. We will come on and discuss that, but would, in principle, more categorization help people understand what's going on? And I think it's certainly the point that Claudia has made and that Camira has reinforced is, yes, the categories will, if you had categories, they would manifest in very different ways, depending on essentially whether, you're providing services funded by a high level of government. That would give you one pattern of results. If you're a federal government or a state government that has tax raising powers and then does transfers to other parts of the public sector, that will give you a different pattern. And so the question is actually, that's where there may well be in the final guidance a need for examples of how it would look different for different types of bodies. But we shouldn't confuse that with the question of actually would more categorization help in understanding the activities of public sector organisations supported by segmental reporting and or service performance reporting, depending on the nature of the body and what they're actually doing. So with that, I've got Mike, then Scott, then Andrew, and then Liang. So Mike, to you.
So thank you, Chair. I just want to reflect on the question or point raised directly here, Well, I fully support the categorization. Just to point on that, I know there's no black and white, but nevertheless, we should take into account that IFRS 18 is decided a certain way. And I think that as that is a very basic part of element of the financial statements, I think the bar is very high to deviate from that because it's a fundamental concept and everyone who's getting in touch with accrual accounting has a certain understanding, mainly most times coming from the private sector. So I think we should really consider whether we should move away from categories. So I wouldn't support that. And the second one is just experience from Germany. On the one hand, we have the private sector standards, which have since years a categorization, which is defined by law, and in the accrual standards of the public sector as well, and this had also proven to be useful. Hence my, I definitely vote for the categories. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Scott?
Thank you, Chair. I'm also supportive of categorization, but probably for a different reason. I don't think any two governments are comparable. So I think when you start talking about comparability, you're doing it for the wrong reason. I think your reason you want to provide categorization is help that entity tell its story. And so I think the framing should be different than comparability. And on general purpose financial statements, to do any meaningful analysis is just not possible because of the aggregation that takes place in those general purpose financial statements. What the users really want is they want the data, which is to your point earlier, it's other ways to get that data. So I think we ought to frame categorization more in a way for them to better tell their story than compare government A to B, because I don't think any two governments are the same because of the operations they choose to do, what they include or not include. So when you aggregate this all together to compare one government to the next, I think there's more misleading than leading. So I think we ought to position it from categorization to how do you tell your story? And maybe that gets to Claudia's point as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Andrew and then Liang.
Thanks. So I agree with what Claudia and Scott have said around it's helping the entity to try and tell its story, and there needs to be a degree of flexibility in that. I think where I struggle is it categorization or is it classification of items within the statement of surplus and deficit? And it goes a little bit to, I think, what Lynn was saying around the COFOG and these other sort of items that are there. The sense I'm getting is we don't want to go down that route of looking at the COFOGs, looking at the segmental reporting and how that could affect the classification of items on the statement of surplus and deficit. And I think with those barriers in place, I cannot see a different category that then would actually have a meaningful impact within the public sector. And so for that reason, I would then say categorization is not helpful. And it probably talks a little bit more to the discussion we'll have next around why so. But I think given those constraints, I can't see useful categorization at this stage.
Okay. Liang, then Angela.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I'm also very struggling, and I'm thinking about the objective, such as the ISB, such as IFRS 18, they could achieve by requiring such categories. I also share the same similar comment as Scott. Maybe one of their objectives they want to achieve is comparability, because their market mainly they have the capital market, and the information needs is, as they stated, as ISB state, to serve the information needs of the investor in the capital market. So I can see the good points that if you use similar categories and similar format, that the investors in the capital market, they can compare the information and they can determine what entity they want to invest or not. So I think probably this information needs the information needs for public sector may be different to private sector. As Scott just said, actually, what's the meaning, what you can achieve if you compare one government with another government. And another example maybe I want to raise, such as we still have different type of entity in public sector, such as we have hospital or such as university. What's the meaning if we compare the information a hospital with that of a university? For me, it is hard for them to present in similar way or in similar categories, even they are present in similar way. What's does it have any meaning for us, for the users of the financial information? I have actually I have very strong reservation on this. I think actually at this stage we are only in the CP stage, so maybe it is too early for us to get some conclusion. Maybe we just can give some analysis and the option we can have, and the good points of this option and the weakness of this option. Then we can explore further during the CP process. Thank you.
Thanks, Yang. So I do think we have to focus on two of the points that you made in that intervention, and perhaps picking up the last one. We will not help our constituents if we do not go out with clear options. Ideally, in a consultation paper, we need a preliminary view that the board is going to give, because otherwise we will be in exactly the same position when we get the responses back from the CP, and that will not help us move forward with the exposure draft. So the options that we have, basically, either we go out with one option and a preliminary view supporting that based on analysis, or if we can't achieve a general consensus around that, we might go out with another option, but we do need to go out with options. There is no point in going out with just an open consultation, because it will not help us moving it forward. So I think then we have to think, okay, you know, on this one, is there a majority within the board that would support categorizations, whatever those are, and then how do we get information about that? So I think we have to look at this strategically. Now, the comparability point, I think, is quite interesting, actually, because that's come out in a number of different members' responses. And I think that's where there is a clear difference in terms of what is the comparability that we're looking for. And it probably isn't, you know, to your point, Liang, it actually isn't, you know, on the whole, certainly at sub-federal or national government level, it's not going to be between a municipality in, say, China versus a municipality in the US versus a municipality in France, for example, because actually the structures of government are very different around the world. But where the comparability will be is within the jurisdiction. So, I would be comparing a hospital, in one part of China with another part of China, or I would be comparing a school in one part or a university versus another university nationally, because all of those, what they're doing will be determined locally. So I think if we think about our frame of reference in terms of comparability, and I think we would need to communicate this in the consultation paper, that, if you like, the predominant form of comparative analysis, certainly at subnational, is likely to be within the same types of bodies, so that we can actually compare them. And I think if we as a board focus on, okay, comparability within a jurisdiction, within different types, between states or whatever, maybe that's our frame of reference. Then if we actually say, right, that is our frame of reference for comparison, then would it be useful to actually be able to understand how they are delivering those functions? And would categories be helpful in that? That's probably, so we need to be careful about how we frame it. And again, probably we would need to ask that question from constituents about, if we as a board see that different frame for comparison, is that something then that our constituents would agree with us on? So I think we would need to actually, set that out. And then the question is actually, are categories, whatever categories might be, are those useful if I'm analysing performance between different hospitals, different schools within a jurisdiction. So with that clarification, then I will go to Angela next, and then I'm not sure whether it was Abdullah or Renee first. Renee. Okay. So Angela, then Renee, then Abdullah. You're on mute, Angela.
Hasn't been a great morning in the technology, so good morning everyone, and I apologize for my lateness. I was here at 10 to 6 but had trouble with technology. So nice to see you all in the room. But I've got a couple of comments. I think the first comment is I am sensing tension on this, and I just wanted to reflect personally that this is such a significant issue and a really big change in the key communication document of the language of financial reporting in the private sector. And it's only recently implemented in the private sector. So I think we've been working on this project for a year, and I suppose I've always been conscious of this is to me, this categorization question, and then what type of categorization question is the biggest issue of this project, in my view. So I'm not surprised that there is a sense of tension and how to make a decision on that first question is what I'm struggling with a little bit. But I don't think that means, by airing our concerns, that anyone's necessarily saying, let's kick this down the road, let's not have a preliminary view. But what I am conscious of, it is a consultation paper with illustrative ED, and I agree that it is very important to have a preliminary view. So I think we can openly discuss and feel unsure about this at this meeting, because it's the very first time we've actually talked about it. So I would expect this meeting to be a little messy on this, but it doesn't mean we can't talk through it and come to a view. So that's probably my first point, is this is hard, and we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves that we are a little bit unsure. But the discussion so far has been quite helpful for me. I think, Chair, you're starting to sum up some of my thoughts, and I was particularly picking up on Liang's point, and actually everybody's point as they were discussing the topic, is that everyone's coming from a point of an entity they have in mind. And so, for example, a lot of people talking about whole of government and comparability of governments at a whole of government level. I think Claudia was talking about a wide variety of agencies, and Liang had some very good examples with the difference between a hospital and a university. And I think what I would like to see in the CP, or at least in the maybe a little bit more analysis, and I'm almost doing it. I'm almost thinking about how do I do this as an individual, is I'd like to see us in the consultation paper, perhaps identifying some of the main types of agencies, and almost in a grid sort of pattern, because you have the whole of government, you have a municipality, or possibly a state government, a municipality, and an individual agency. And I think we need to get back to the users, because unfortunately, well, I think it's unfortunate at having this conversation that we tend to think of users as service recipients and resource providers. And then we think of entities all the same, every public sector entity. And when you enter this conversation with those two constraints, it's very easy to not get down to user needs. So my proposal would be in the CP, and I don't think we need to do a lot of research because we've already got a lot of networks that we can talk to, but I would like to say at a whole of government level, one of the main users is the credit rating agencies and the investor perspective. Would categorization help there? And in some ways, I think it should, because if you're a credit rating agency rating government's financial, whole of government financial, I think it could be helpful to that user to have some broad categories where everybody's using the same categories. Likewise, for the statistical community, even though it's not in their format, having some broad categories could be really helpful to them as users. Then I sort of think about, what about a department, or at a select committee, maybe parliamentarians or ministers, they want to critique the financial performance of that department or that hospital or that university. Would categories help them? Possibly. It would be quite nice to ask them, but of course we know it's quite difficult to ask those kind of users. So then there is maybe media. There are a number. So I think if in the conceptual paper, what would help us form that preliminary view, I think, is just a sense of which of those entities, is it possible that categorization will suit one type of broad entity, but maybe not another. I would like just to actually have input from board members, because I struggle to make a preliminary view when I'm trying to think of all those types of entities at the same time. So that would be my proposal. The other thing that in that user needs sort of discussion, I think that would be helpful for readers of this consultation paper, is what works best in a sort of a budget versus actual, because in the public sector, it's so critical to have it linked to the public financial management system, the budget system, and budget decisions. And then the last
Angela,
thing to think about...
just to stop you on that, because we're definitely not doing budget comparisons in this project. That we have another standard, and
Yeah, but
you know
would
that
categorization broadly
I
as a user
think the
help?
trouble is
Okay.
budgets are a jurisdiction specific issue, and how they're structured and what the focus is different between jurisdictions. So I
Yes.
think you know, I think if we can sort of stop at that point, and I think the point that you're making in terms of, you know, this comparability issue and bringing it alive is actually national question mark state. Yes, I can see there is a, you know, that would give you one pattern of results. So I think it's helpful to actually exemplify what we're thinking about with those types of organisation. I can see that a municipality, again, likely to have tax raising powers, be providing services, that would be helpful to think about that. And then perhaps another agency, and let's pick either a hospital or a school, but again, recognising that those are funded differently. So I think what we've got to do is be very deliberate about those different types of organisations, because clearly those are coming out in the board discussions, and they will have a different pattern of operations in terms of their ability to raise income there, where they spend money. That will be, you know, there will be variances between jurisdictions, but what we can't do is get into budget comparisons on this. That's not within the scope of this project. And I you know, and particularly government departments, that is very much a jurisdiction's perspective. And where I'm coming from on that is, if I go back to the UK, government departments in the UK are not separate legal entities, and they have an operating budget and they have a capital budget. So there's a very specific parliamentary accountability mechanism which is different. So I think we've just got to be careful that some analysis is going to be helpful, but we have to avoid being jurisdiction specific, and there is no point in going into budget.
So no, I think, can I just explain one? Just,
no,
I
think we've got the point on that, but budget is definitely out of this project.
I agree.
So can we
Ian,
just park that point at the moment? And I'd like to move on and get some points from other members before I conclude. So can I go to Renee, Abdullah, Lucifer, you got your flag down. But I think if we go into this further on the assumption that we will need to provide examples of 3 or 4 different generic types of public sector organisation, so that people can actually see how this might work, and it would be at a high level, but it will help our users in terms of the consultation paper to see how that might play out. But I think, you know, all of this then is based on the fact that you have to actually put something out there to give people an idea, because otherwise you're not going to get meaningful responses from this. So Renee, can I go to you next?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a very hard topic, as Angela pointed out. I'm still forming my view, so I will share the reactions I have and what I'm forming as a view at this point. But it's I don't think that today is going to be when I conclude. I think that on the IFRS and private sector side, users asked for categories because they asked for comparability. There was a clear case made there. More and more, what I am convinced of is that case for comparability is much harder to make here in the public sector. I totally agree with where the discussion is going, that comparability makes sense at the subnational level or at the sector level, being a hospital, university, or departments within a national government. But I have a hard time seeing that we as a board would start being prescriptive down at that level. I'm not sure we've done this before. That would be quite a departure. That would probably feel as rules-based from those constituents or jurisdictions that would need to apply this. I think that it's at the jurisdictional level where comparability can be achieved through their own decisions on categories. I have a hard time answering the first question, are categories useful, without getting down into the discussion of question 2, what would be those categories? So that's another reason why I'm struggling to answer question 1. And therefore, I'm leaning towards categories at our level, at the board level. Prescribing categories is not going to be useful, but providing guidance that there should be categorization at the jurisdictional level could be useful. So the black and white question, should there be categories or not? I lean towards no, but then the next step for the board would be to provide useful guidance and how categorization can be useful and can be achieved through additional guidance, so that jurisdictions can apply it. That's where I'm at right now. I don't feel it's a great position yet, but I continue to form my view.
Thanks, Renee. Abdullah?
Thank you, Chair. And as Renee said, this is not an easy project, and I thought this would be from the beginning, but I wasn't expecting that we will spend this much time on this issue. I thought we would be talking about other public sector related issues, but since we are bringing this up, it's just something when we are saying comparability, but for decision making, and one of the pillars of our strategy 24 to 28 is to promote the benefits and of accrual conversion. And one of the things that we market about accrual conversion is to support decision making. And when you go to decision maker, the first thing they look at is ask you for benchmarks. They ask you how they do it in different countries. They don't just ask you how they do it within different sector, but they want to ask you different countries. And being as showing global baseline standards, I thought that would be one of the things that we should be watching for, just providing or promoting, not going into rule based, but providing the basis for having information that could be compared or provide some source of comparability between either different sectors. And I would say yes, in some instances. Here in the region, I've seen instances where we compare information between universities and hospitals, because you would find somewhere in this university where they have small hospital or small similarity to other different entities, and you would want to base your decisions based on the information on there. And second point is that we are taking this project as one of our major project based on the information we received from our constituent when we did the midterm review for our work program. And the thing that came in their feedback, they were saying we want more information to be more understandable. And they had an issue with IPSAS-1, where I thought IPSAS-1 was even doing better job than IS-1. But what we need from that is just based on what they say, and they're saying still we are having an issue with for the presentation and transparency when we present in our financial statements. And we need to just be clear on what we want to get out of this project, because financial statement is the mean of communications with all the other stakeholders, and that is the project that we should make emphasis on. Back to the categorization level, I'm supportive of having a categorization. Definitely, that would be, for me, a no-brainer questions. But I don't want to get into what categorization, because I know it ahead of us. But categorization, to have it, I don't. When I looked into the examples in the papers and I look into financial statements of different jurisdictions, different government entities, the first thing I looked into their categorization, because I want to form an idea on what they have within their statements. But yeah, this is going to be a difficult project to undertake, but we have to understand this is the initial mean of communication with all the other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. So I've got Lucy, and then Mari, and then Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. When I heard Angela's comment about budget, I flagged down my, I opted not to talk about it, but I think we should also take into consideration the relationship of accounting and budgeting classification. If I may share with the board, the reason why we
Lucy, sorry to stop you. We are not dealing with budgeting in this project. We took a very clear decision when we did the project brief that budgeting, we already have a standard on that, and you can use that standard if you're publishing information on performance against budgets. So this is not about budget versus actual comparison. This is general purpose financial statements.
I understand, Chair, but please, briefly, I would just say that one of the weaknesses that was revealed in the PEFA assessment of 2007 is the absence of common budgetary and accounting classification. So, and in fact, this was revealed as one of the weakest points or system in our PFM, because there was no way of reconciling both the budget and accounting. And so to remedy that and address the weaknesses and the gaps that were revealed in the 2010 report of the World Bank, we adopted IPSAS. And we harmonized the classification of expenses or revenue that were in IPSAS 1 with the budget classification, so that there will be to remedy the weakness that was revealed by the PEFA assessment, we tried to have this harmonization effort. And so what prevailed was the harmonization, the classification in the accounting under PEFA, under IPSAS 1, where we identify all the revenue, sources of revenue, and the main sources of the expenses in compliance with IPSAS 1. And so that was what the budget department also did, so that at the end of the year, there is now a comparison of the financial performance of the entity vis-a-vis the allocations that were provided by the national government. And so I think, well, it might be applicable only in our jurisdiction, but there might also be some jurisdictions that are not concerned about the categorization of financing, operating, investing, and so on, because the primary purpose of public sector is to deliver services, not to invest, but more on the operating categorization. The financing, there are some limitations where, for instance, in our case, financing can only be financing expenses, for instance, can only be applicable to one bureau, like the Bureau of the Treasury, because it's the only one that can avail of loans, and some local government units. So in other words, this categorization is not applicable in most of the public sector entities. And now, I think if we look at the effort of reforming PFM vis-a-vis the PEFA framework, I don't think the 2016 updated framework of PEFA is also interested in the categorization of the financial performance of a public sector entity, similar to what is in IFRS 18. So what I'm saying is that there might be a big shift or a big change even in the budgeting process, so that the budgeting process would be and the accounting process or reporting will be reconciled. So I'm just leaving this as an issue because later this afternoon we'll be discussing about reimagining public finance, where one of the tools that the World Bank uses is the PEFA assessment. And well, I believe it has to be updated, but at the moment that this is still an forthcoming effort of PEFA. I think we just have to we should not be discounting the relationship of the budgeting when we look at the format of the statement of financial performance that we are trying to revisit. Thank you.
Okay, but we have decided right up front that budget information, budget versus actual comparison is not within the scope of this project. So I think we have to maintain that. I think it's clear that we need to deal with the comparability issue as comparability at a level where you might be accessing the capital markets. That's one question. There's also a question of comparability within jurisdictions between different organizations, but that's in terms of outturn. It's not in terms of budget. And whatever might be the case in terms of reforms or whatever, that's a jurisdiction matter, and we are setting international standards here. So the question, where it seems to me is we need, and this is Angela's point, to exemplify the issue, we're going to have to actually provide some different stylized examples at a, maybe national, maybe state, maybe municipality, maybe another agency, which could be a school or a hospital. So we're going to have to provide some stylized examples. There's a clear split within the board at the moment in terms of whether you have categories or whether you don't. And I think in terms of moving it forward, then what we're going to have to do is actually responding to where the board has got to is then actually represent the arguments for and against having categorization when you also have the other information opportunities through segmental reporting and service performance reporting. So if you like, that's where we get to, that there are clear views in favor of having the type of categorizations that IFRS has introduced. Equally, there are members who don't see that that's useful. And I think we have to put the arguments then, given that comparability point, for and against categorization, but that is purely on outturn performance. So I'll take the other comments then, and I think then I do want to get some feedback on basically whether members see IFRS 18 categories as useful or not, because I think we need to say, well, if those aren't relevant, what is relevant in the public sector? Because we're going to need to discuss that. So there's two aspects to this. Do you have categories? Do you not? Even if you did have categories, are those useful or are those not? Because that's the way that we're going to get the feedback that we actually need on this before you can make a decision and put it into the exposure draft. So I've got Mari next.
Yes, thank you. My point is so simple, and I understand that there exist so many points to make clear. However, based on the notion of the responsibility accounting that is applicable in both the private sector and public sector, and it is so the categorization recommended is useful from my point of view. It is useful to categorize to promote the public financial management, and it is so important. Basically, important is to introduce the responsibility accounting concepts. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. Noyati?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I've undecided whether the category in this proposal is would be useful in the public sector or not. I just look into the as a preparer. Actually, it's a positive for us to do the categorization because it's easy to us to compare to the what we have now, cash flow statement is quite easy in terms of mapping it out and so on, just because that's accruals and this is the cash. But as we look into the whole of the government itself, the users is too broad as what we supposed to. I think we have to. I remind myself that the users is not a specific users. You know, if the investor currently the investor or the rating agency and whatsoever can still derive the information and what is the status of that particular country using other methods that they can conclude based on the assessment on our financial statement and of course the budgets. So I think what Andrew says is quite relevant because we don't have to go into categorization, but instead of using the lower level of the maybe elements or items on it, because we want to, you know, to give just a glance through to that specific users on what is the status of our financial status for that particular country. That's why I think as a preparer is good to us, but in the broader side, I think is not true. And then another thing is about the communication that you have to give out due to the changes in this, because maybe because of the volumes that the government held compared to the certain private sector is too huge and too broad, and the activities in the government is too big, is too varies compared to the private sector. So I think it's not useful, but maybe you have to load down the categorization into the lower kind of items or elements.
So I think the discussion that we've had shows that this is a more complex picture than in the private sector. And clearly what the ISB did was to focus on the needs of capital market participants. And that's, you know, that's been their focus. And I think, you know, this has come through in a number of members' interventions, that what we need to do is get into this in the consultation paper through looking at the different types of users across a limited number of categories of agencies, sort of stylized, because inevitably there are differences between the levels of government. So, you know, my proposal would be that to sort of perhaps simplify that and stylize it for constituents in terms of our arguments, that we focus on, let's say, you know, a national and or state government, because I think there'll be, you know, there will be consistencies between those, a municipality and an agency, you know, and let's call it a hospital for the sake of argument. And then, you know, in terms of, you know, the focus on who their users would be in terms of the financial statements. And then let's see what that would tell us in terms of whether categorization or not would be useful. And in that, I think we need to reflect on the fact that we do also have segmental reporting and performance reporting standards. So inevitably that would influence what accountability and decision making look like for each of those types of organization. Now, that will not be perfect, but I think it will drive out some messages in terms of that you can then use to actually put the arguments to constituents in terms of either categorization is useful, and it could be useful for some of those categories or not for others. But I think we have to actually put some clear thinking out there that would then help our constituents. And what I'm hearing from board members at the moment is you have some board members who think the type of categorization that's in IFRS 18 would be useful. For others, it would not be useful. Other members don't believe it would be useful. But I think if we actually approach the way in which we present this in that manner, then it will actually allow us to drive out the arguments in terms of yes or no, and perhaps within that, yes for certain categories, no for other categories. Because, for example, if a government or a state is actually accessing the capital markets, that might well tilt the argument compared to comparability within the jurisdiction, which would be for other. So I think in approaching the argument, we're going to have to actually go into it, and maybe in that respect, and that will also help if we start to go down that route, that will also help members decide where they sit on that question of categorization or not. And I think that's probably about as far as we can go at this stage in terms of the discussion today on that. What I would like to do, though, is actually to get some feedback on the approach that the ISB has enshrined in IFRS 18, which is around those three categories of operating, investing and financing, and to say, as staff proposed, could you make use of those three categories in the public sector with some suitable interpretation? And that's where I would like to get views as to, can those be applied, or if they can't be applied, why do members not see them as applicable? And recognizing we also have a nuance here, which is actually you could make categorization mandatory or optional, rebuttable presumptions. There's a range of different places that you could land, but I just want to focus on getting your thoughts on, do you see those three categories as potentially applicable or not? And if not, why? Okay, so on that, are you on that one, VO Trio? Okay, so I'll go to you first, then Scott, then Claudia.
Thank you, Chair, for the last comments you made, because I was about to make the same. I'm worried since the very beginning of the discussion that I might have missed something, misunderstood something. As I understand it, as I see it, in the public sector, what are the concerns of those executives who are in charge of any entity? They are concerned about operating the entity, that is, delivering service, producing goods, or whatever they're in charge of. They are worried about, or are concerned about, investing for the long run, for the entity, and they're a going concern. And they're also concerned about financing the operations of the entity. So I don't see why we should, sort of try and find other categories other than investing, financing, and operating in a public entity. It's as simple as it is. I don't see it more complicated as we say it, 3 categories. Because this is the daily life of a public entity. You could refine endlessly, add other categories, which you can, this is something you can do in the private sector probably, because you have a different environment, you have different external parties, external sort of partners in operating your entities or producing what you have been set up for. But in the public sector, I don't see any other reasons for categorizing differently the resources that are collected and the spending that is the daily life of the entity. So IFRS 18, very good. 3 categories. No reason for us to go around in circles and try and refine different and additional categories.
Thanks, Adrian. Scott, then Claudia, then Patricia.
Yeah, thank you. I'd also like to speak in favor of using the 18 categories because I'm looking at from at first, I agree with this comment. I'm not sure what else you would pick. We could spend a lot of time trying to come up with other categories, but I think when we think about where we are in the CP, the most pragmatic way forward is to go for what we have, which is put those forth, and if people have objections, they'll tell us back. But I think for us to spend a lot of time trying to figure out what those other categories should be is probably not a very fruitful exercise. And I think we ought to let our constituents tell us what those are. So I think the best position we have to go out as a board is to go out with those categories. And you talked earlier about putting those examples so that we're going to find out putting those examples together whether it works or doesn't. And so our own exercise. So I would encourage us to not overthink this point. And this seems to be a very practical way to go forward.
Thanks, Scott. Claudia?
If the board comes to the conclusion that we really want to define categories, I can see a category of financing, but the category operating in investing to deviate, it seems artificial because it really depends on the operator or the service delivery potential of this entity. And when I going to the IFRS statement, what is in the paper, it says, the entity must clarify such income and expenses in the operating category, which would have been classified in the investing or finance category if it were not their main business category. And it seems very hard to distinguish and very artificial what is investing or operating. Giving a grant to some students is operating of a business of an entity. Some others could understand it's a financial instrument. Financial instruments have to be investing because their result is receiving some interest. So I think that's a very difficult discussion. So I'm financing it for me fine, but to have not an arbitrary discussion between what it's in the understanding of a service delivery person, what it's operating and what it's investing seems very difficult. And it ends up, even if you have some instruction, just by this exclusion, we can classify it in a different way, which is fine. But probably we don't reach what we want to reach by defining categories. If you just explain how you build categories, then it's in the decision of the entity what is the right categories. So we have, I'm not really sure if it fulfills what we want to reach with more transparency.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. I mean, I think you raised an interesting point there, which is actually, you know, because there are some grey categories like that. And, you know, I guess if I was sort of thinking about it, you know, I know that we, in my jurisdiction, have different, you know, requirements for different types of entity in terms of performance statements. So actually, you know, I think that's one of the challenges we have as a standard setter, that, you know, that if I was actually, you know, setting a requirement for accounting by, let's say, universities, I might actually interpret that, you know, I might actually say, well, actually, for that point of, you know, it's in operating or it's in financing. So I think that's a good point, actually, in the question. And then that needs to come into the discussion within the CP, which is actually, how would you cope with some of those structural differences that we have? Because I think that's what we're wrestling with. Can we go next to Patricia, please?
Thank you. I was think about the comments made by other members, and I think the difficulty is because the equity in assets has another mean in the public sector. It's connected more with the ability to provide services. If I continue to have the same ability or not. And one of the explanation come from the statement of financial performance. And considering this, I think the main question that the main users of the financial statements is if the entity continue handling services or not, in the same level or not. This is the main concern for the users, the primary users of the financial statements. And it depends on the capacity to obtain resource and how to spend this resource. And considering this fact, I think in some way, these categories in IFRS 19 are helpful, but need to be more elaborated, because the way that the entity is financed comes from different ways. For example, revenue without compliance obligation, revenue with compliance obligation, if we develop some activities in a commercial basis, and then it's difficult to conciliate the classification, how I classify the assets held for financial capacity, held for operational capacity. And then there are some other elements that I need to consider when I try to use the same categories in IFRS 19. And I think in this case, regardless of the level of the government or regardless of the kind of the entity, we have the common concern is how to finance, how to use the resource. In the end of the day, if my equity is better or worse, and can be related to the handling services or not, can be related to, for example, the decision about the debt, for example. I think it's important to have categories, but I think it's very important to connect with the objectives of the financial statements in the conceptual framework, and also to consider the less decisions about how to divide our assets, for example, the assets, because the assets is very important for its demand. The main element that provoke some modifications in the equity. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I think that's clear then that we do, in setting out these examples, I think we do need to root it in the conceptual framework then, in terms of thinking about it. So can I go to Liang next, please? And just in terms of time, if members can keep their interventions quite focused, please.
Thanks, Chair. I also think it is very hard to draw a line between operation and investing. Actually, my understanding from public sector entities, mainly in my jurisdiction, even they have some investment, actually this investment are within their operation scope or under the instruction, such as under the instruction of its high level of government or high level public sector entity. And I also take a look on some example as in the paper, in the staff paper, actually there are some different type, different government entities in such as in the paper on page 24. I see actually they are from different country, but maybe we can see some similar items that all of them to put revenue expense, then sub-item as such as surplus deficit from operation. Then some additional item such as, although they may put different name, but actually some such as other operating or other economic flows or something like that. So I think maybe the common understanding for many public entities, they will classify between operating and non-operating, but actually they may not put aside such as investment item. As I can see this example, actually they put interest revenue, dividend revenue in the operation category. And also, when I look at IFRS 18, I think maybe one item it is hard for me to understand is they put the return on cash and cash equivalent into investment return. Actually, based on my discussion with many entities, normally they think if this is some investment income, even you say it is investment income from cash and cash equivalent, this is a part of their core operation. Maybe sometime you have some cash equivalent that you can put aside in the bank, such as in the bank, you can earn some interest, but definitely it's not investment. This is part of the core business. So for me, I think if we are going to the option to have categories, maybe one option, workable solution is just between operating and other item, but may not be meaningless or may not be workable to draw a line between operating and investing. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. I'll go to Andrew next.
Thanks. So I don't think the categories in IFRS 18 would be useful for public sector entities. I think if you look at why the categories are there from a private sector guidance, similar to what Patricia had said, it's more around trying to forecast the future cash flows of the entity, and the nature of the cash flows within each of those categories has got a slightly different risk profile or continuation profile to it. Our focus is more about service delivery and what we're actually providing to citizens or stakeholders. And so I think that does mean that we should have different categories with it. I don't think we should default to, we've got IFRS 18 and use our normal question of what is the public sector reason to depart? I think it should be what is the public sector reason to align? And I'm struggling to find a public sector reason to align at the moment to the IFRS 18 categories. I think the other challenge that I've got with the IFRS 18 categories is I'm not sure that for most public sector entities, they're going to have something of value outside of operating. I think most would have an operating section and nothing in investing and nothing in financing. So I don't know what additional useful information that actually provides by using those same three categories. And I think we need to do more work within the operating section and say, well, is there something in there about when we look at the revenues or the expenses that would provide more useful information to it, or to users around that? And it's maybe looking at nature versus function, for example. I think the other challenge with the IFRS 18 categories are, to Claudio's point, it's really difficult to work out what your main business activity is for some public sector entities. And if I start going into the areas where the ISB really struggled in terms of, is this operating, is this investing, is this financing? If you can't identify your main business activity, it amplifies the complexity around those fringe items. I mean, if you look at, for example, their line item around, where we put the share of profits from associates and joint ventures, I think we could get to a very different space within the public sector rather than in the private sector. And again, maybe not for all public sector entities, but I think definitely for some you would get into. And I think it would be really difficult for us to write that guidance that it would be applicable and useful in principles to all public sector entities. The other comment I've got is I don't know if we've considered, we've got operating and we've got financing capacity throughout our literature. How does that compare or integrate with these categories, or what you would think about in terms of classifying items within these various categories? So that's just on the categories, and I don't therefore think IFRS 18 categories are useful. I think we would have to do the work of thinking, what are the other useful categories that are out there? I don't think it's appropriate for us to just ask constituents around that. And then just to touch briefly in on a point you sort of high level touched on was, do we make it mandatory? Do we make it optional, for example, these categories? I think it's got to be a mandatory. I don't think it's well, these are categories, you can use them if they think they're useful. I think if we want to go down that route, then it's more providing guidance to entities to think about how would you, again, go about classifying or providing subtotals that are useful to your users, and how an entity should go about doing that, rather than providing this is an option and you've got a rebuttable presumption to do something else. It should just be, these are the guiding principles, and apply them. Thanks.
Oops, thanks, Andrew. I'm going to take the final three interventions before we break for coffee. So if members can keep their interventions focused, because you are between us and the coffee break. So Camira, Renee, and Angela.
Thanks. Well, I have, after hearing the discussion, I think definitely we cannot come with a one-size-fits-all solution. So IFRS 18 would be like for going the easiest way for us, because it's IFRS, we can align to it. But I agree with what Lucy and Andrew said, that it will not be relevant for all public sector entities. So in order to achieve efficiencies, we know that governments, they decide to centralize the functions of acquiring debt and also investing, so the treasury or specific entities. So that will not be relevant for all of them. But still, there will be some reporting entities that this classification might be useful. So we can also not ignore completely IFRS 18. On that end, I do think that there are public sector specific categories that we should not ignore, especially if we are talking about statement of financial performance and in light of our IPSAS 47 revenue, as Patricia already mentioned, IPSAS 47 revenue and transfer expenses. So what is already there that is relevant for our reporting entities? Classifications like exchange, non-exchange. Of course, we already depart from that, but now we have, comply with binding arrangements, non-binding arrangements, compliance obligations, and so on. The fact of transfer expense. I think those categories are much more relevant, are public sector specific, and we cannot ignore those. So thanks.
Thanks, Camira. Renee?
Yes, thank you. I want to reinforce, Andrew, you pretty much made the comment that I wanted to make, which also reinforces what Patricia and Luzvi and I think Angela originally said. Categories, those three, actually, it's more than three. You know, there's others, there's taxes, there's discontinued ops. I mean, when you start looking at the full list, it's breaking down for me even more than just looking at those three. They're not necessarily wrong, but for many entities, they're going to be non-applicable because everything's going to fall under operating. A lot of our public sector entities are just delivering a mandate. They're delivering a mandate often funded by a higher level of government. So their expenses are all operating. So now we're back to, well, okay, we haven't really been useful. And I think tying it back to users' needs and the objective of financial reporting, which is to be decision-making useful to decision-making and supporting accountability, I think we need to do some work to provide guidance on what this means. So to Andrew's point, not being prescriptive, but helping entities define what those maybe subcategories within operating, if we still want to have the main ones, and then, but then provide guidance on what do you do if your entity that only is operating a mandate. We haven't been useful so far to these if we don't do anything. And I link it back to encouraging, supporting strong PFM. I think there's something there. I think we have a great opportunity to develop guidance that is going to help entities figure out how to report their actual results so that we're closing the PFM loop completely, right? Back to, comparing to budgets or what makes sense to users in a particular jurisdictions to achieve strong PFM. Therefore, strong decision making. So I think we need to explore more that angle.
Thanks, Renee. So Angela, final intervention.
Thank you, Chair. I just really wanted to lend some support to Hervé Adrian's intervention at the beginning. I think at that level, what is the executive worried about operating, investing and financing? I thought that was a good place to start. I just wanted to add, I think the importance of global language in financial reporting, and particularly educating finance professionals and the profession. I think there's some real benefits in everyone being on the same concept at a high level, as Hervé Adrian explained, investing, operating, financing. I think, but I also, so I think that's quite important because private and public sector professionals go across, educators at universities and at school. It would be really helpful if everyone has those broad categories and they're the same across all professions. But I do also agree with a number of speakers, Andrew, Claudia, Liang, that we're going to have to do some work to translate that a little bit. So within those main categories, and I think Andrew's right, there are a number of agencies that will just have operating. So yeah, there is quite a lot of work to do, I think, there. But broadly, I'm agreeing with Hervé Adrian. I think starting with the IS 18 categories and working with them for international language, I think is really important.
Thanks, Angela. I mean, I think that's actually been a very useful discussion in terms of driving out some thinking in terms of, how the categories might or might not work within the public sector. And I think perhaps going back to Renee's comments, actually, I think we do need to take it right back up in terms of users, and the users will be different depending on whether the type of entity and the level of government. And I think, again, that underlines that formulating the consultation paper, we will need to take a limited group of types of organisations and then explain our arguments in the context of that. And there may well be, you know, one of the dividing lines may well be, well, actually, am I trying to access the capital markets or am I not? But then essentially the accountability issue is going to, you know, and who am I accountable to in terms of the conceptual framework? So I think there is some, in bringing the paper back and in bringing back a proposed way forward, I think we're going to have to couch it in users across, you know, a limited number of types of entities and then examine the arguments in that frame in terms of whether we think that having categories and whether those categories are operating, investing, financing, that's going to be the frame that we're going to have to use in terms of eventually, do we arrive at a consensus view on the way forward on those questions, or are we putting the arguments for and against, but with a clear frame of reference for our users, because ultimately, whatever the arguments and whatever the board's individual positions are on these arguments, what we need to do is craft this this consultation paper in a way that allows our constituents to get into the arguments and to provide us with meaningful feedback, because the worst situation we could end up with is a situation that we come out of the consultation with no clear steer from our constituents, and then we've wasted the opportunity of the CP, frankly. So that's one of the bigger pictures that I think the board needs to consider in going back into this argument next time, is how do we craft these arguments in a way that's actually going to give us clear steers on, do we have categories, do we not have categories, how do we frame it, how do we apply it? So we're slightly late taking the break, but I thought it was useful just to get to the end of that discussion. What we will do now is we will take a break for 20 minutes. I think possibly till 1:15, and then we'll come back here at 1:15, and staff will brief us then on the breakouts. Then we will go into the breakouts. So back here at 1:15, please. Okay, so thanks everyone. In terms of the discussions that we were having before the break, clearly item 7.2.3 really was a consequential, or it built on 7.2.2. So I think there's no point in actually taking that paper at this board meeting. So what we're going to do is we're going to move on then into the 7.2.4 in terms of setting up the breakout groups on that. And what we're going to do is Eileen will just set the context, and then what I'm going to do is allow Fabienne just to provide the feedback from the CAG meeting, and then we'll talk about just the details of the logistics and the timings, and we're going to flex the timings just slightly around the lunch break. So Eileen, to you first.
Thank you, Chair. I hope everybody got a good coffee break and snacks in, because we're going to need the brain power over the next 2 hours. So agenda item 7.2.4 is essentially setting things up for the breakout session. The one thing I did want to note is this is an evolution of the last conversation the board had on this topic, which was at the March 2024 meeting in, I want to say New York, but I might be forgetting. So during that breakout session, the IPSASB members, TAs, and observers were asked to engage in very preliminary and exploratory discussions about this topic. Learning more about what GFS requires, what IFRS requires, and what IPSAS currently requires, so that attendees could really consider what next? What do we want to do with that? So that discussion was really useful, because I think it does help to set a general direction for the board in taking this forward after this March meeting. The two main things being that, first, it's important to identify whether greater transparency is actually needed regarding revenue and expense items currently recognized outside of surplus or deficit directly in net assets equity. And if so, then any presentation requirements that are newly added must enhance transparency and understanding. Otherwise, why add new presentation requirements? The second is that, regardless of the approach taken, it did not feel like GFS was the right way to go. And that was because, for conceptual consistency and alignment, IFRS would allow us to make sure that we create presentation requirements that are consistent with our conceptual framework. Taking the GFS approach did not seem to allow for that. So it was a pretty clear, I would say, direction that the board had taken through the report backs from that breakout session. Now, what we wanted to do today is evolve that conversation. So instead of having a very broad discussion, we wanted to have a more structured and tailored conversation about how we can consider presentation requirements for revenue and expenses recognized outside of surplus or deficit. To help with this discussion today, we also solicited member advice from KEG members. So as Ian mentioned, we'll be bringing in Fabienne a little later on to share that before you all go off into breakouts. But we really did want to bring in their advice to kind of support you in thinking about this challenging topic. So the first conversation that we would like you to engage in is whether you believe there is a need for greater transparency and clearer communication of this information in the financial statements. And this is really focused on the presentation of this information and how it can support transparency and communication. So the paper itself provided a bit more analysis and information to support this consideration, but we did want to list a few here as well, just as a reminder before we roll off into our breakout rooms. Now, the first is that in terms of the allocation of what revenue and expense items are in surplus or deficit versus recognized outside of surplus or deficit, the IPSASB does not have an explicit principle in which, or a developed basis in which they decide what goes where, in or out of surplus or deficit. Rather, that has actually developed over time as the IPSASB has created new IPSAS, maintained IPSAS IS alignment, and really, if you look at the allocation of what items are in surplus or deficit and not in surplus or deficit, that is aligned with the IASB's allocation of those revenue and expense items since I think about 2000 or 2001. Now, What the paper also provided was a very general summary table that really try to generalize the differences between the revenue and expenses that are in versus out of surplus or deficit. And that was really building on what members of and participants of the breakout session actually discussed as well. The wording controlled and uncontrolled, realized, unrealized, related to the own operations or not, was a really prevalent part of the March discussions in those breakout sessions and from the breakout report back as well. So we did try to synthesize that a little bit more because I think it's important for us to generally understand what we're talking about in the bucket before we try to then talk about how to present that bucket of financial information. Now, while all of these revenue and expense items might be presented separately, whether in surplus or deficit on the statement of financial performance or directly into net asset equity on the statement of changes in net financial position, net assets and equity, they are all changes in an entity's net financial position outside of ownership contributions and distributions. And so separately presenting this information can definitely help users understand the nature and the context of these changes in an entity's net financial position, but where the information is placed. So how it's presented and where it's presented can also impact whether or not that information is clearly transparent, understandable, accessible, and at sufficient prominence level. So as the analysis in the paper showed, our view is that right now there isn't really a good level of transparency in terms of all of the revenue and expenses that an entity may incur in a reporting period. And that's really because of the differences in these two statements. As noted earlier in today's session as well, the statement of financial performance is a really key piece of information and a key statement that users use to obtain this information, whereas the statement of changes in net asset equity, not as much so. It isn't getting as much prominence and attention, and thus any information that's on there is also not getting that same prominence and visibility to be able to communicate the messages that an entity wants to communicate. So I think if we use that kind of story analogy, you can't really tell a full story if they're skipping some of the pages. So with that in mind, we are interested in hearing from breakout participants whether you do feel there is a need for greater transparency and clear communication about this information, so revenue and expenses outside of surplus or deficit as it's currently presented in the financial statements. Now, this, I think, very naturally leads into the second discussion. And this is a little bit more complex of a discussion. I think there's a few more I guess, dimensions to it, but it really does build on discussion A. And it may be that in your breakouts, you'll start finding that the conversation is going to flow a lot between the two questions. And I do strongly encourage you to make sure you do land the decision on discussion A first about whether there's a need for greater transparency. Because if not, then that really does, prompt the question of, well, what is this for? Like, what would the requirements be trying to do? So we need to know what the problem is that we are trying to solve before we try to solve it. So discussion B is now essentially saying, if you do agree that there is a need to address this potential for improvement, how can the IPSASB actually do so in setting its presentation guidance to enhance transparency and communication? And here's where we wanted to consider some of the learnings from the private sector if it is actually helpful for the public sector. So again, the paper provides a lot more of the analysis here and some of the ideas that have floated to be able to achieve it. So one is on location. Where do we actually place this financial information and present them in a statement or in a location that is more accessible, more understandable for users of the financial statement, and that can more effectively convey the nature, the substance, and the importance of the information versus what is happening now through IPSAS 1 requirements. The second is terminology. I personally found it fun to write this in every paper because I think it always takes up half a line to say revenue and expense items recognized outside surplus or deficit. And it is a bucket, right? There's a lot of different types of revenue and expenses that are in here. And that's in the appendix that accompanied this paper. But in reality, we need to be able to talk about this grouping of revenue and expenses in some way, because there are some differences in the nature and context. They're unrealized, they're not necessarily controlled by the entity. They are very different. And so terminology, I think, has always been a really challenging conversation in the standard setting world in general, not just IPSASB, I think everywhere. And, coming off the revenue project in 2023, the compliance obligations, I think, will stick with me for life. I know we struggled with finding the right terminology. And I know even in measurement, current operational value was a really challenging term to identify, but we found a good way forward as a board. So terminology will continue to be a challenging area. We've had great feedback from the CAG in past years too, that if we mean the same thing as the private sector, we should use the same term. But in this case, the term that the private sector uses is other comprehensive income, OCI. And I think it's been very clear through our past discussions that that term just does not work for us in the public sector. So what else could we use? The terminology that we're using is important here because it helps us to set our standards and set them in a way that's clear for users of our standards to understand, but also for the reporting entities to then also consider how to leverage that to then communicate with their own users. So it's really a big chain of communications, and that terminology can really help facilitate that or hinder that. So there's no perfect term, but what we're hoping we could do today during the breakout sessions as well is to consider this point further and consider what terminology may work well enough to be able to succinctly capture the nature and substance of this information to support not just our standard setting needs, but also in terms of the wider intention that will come through this of supporting reporting entities and users in understanding the financial realities of the public sector entities. So the paper provided more. I won't go into more. I think the time is more precious to spend on the deliberations in the breakout sessions. We do have a few members that have thankfully volunteered their time, and we very much appreciate your time to support leading these breakout discussions. They're going to run quite similarly to what you've experienced already in the past breakout decisions for presentation of financial statements, as well as for sustainability reporting. But I would say, as staff and chair on this project now, what we're hoping to achieve with this conversation, this breakout today, is to have a much clearer way forward when we come back from the breakout sessions. It may be difficult to build consensus. If we can, amazing. If we cannot, it'd still be really helpful if we can find a direction forward rather than having really broad thinking that may not be able to support us in trying to move this challenging topic to a better place for us to finalize in the next quarter. So with that, I was hoping to pass it to Fabienne as the chair of the CAG to bring in some of the member advice. Or sorry, Ian, if you wanted to come in first before. Okay. Over to you, Fabienne. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Yes, as Eileen alluded to, CAG members were indeed asked to provide feedback to the IPSASB on, one, whether the current IPSAS presentation requirements for revenue and expense items provide sufficient transparency, and two, if there is a need for greater transparency, how the IPSASB could enhance the presentation requirements for revenue and expense items. So CAG members had a lively debate and shared a variety of views. On the need for greater transparency, while most members agreed that enhanced transparency is necessary, some members questioned the need for a change, and a member suggested that more focus on expense and revenue items in equity could be achieved by carrying out educational actions. Another member noted that transparency could be achieved through improved narration, and some members highlighted the importance of revisiting the conceptual principles behind the allocation of those items in and out of surplus or deficit before discussing how to present the information. Now, on the how to enhance transparency point, staff is proposing location options and working on a more relevant terminology than OCI, as Eileen's just presented. So on the location points options, there were really mixed views across the members. Some members advocated status quo, retaining some expense and revenue items in equity. One member commented that all items in one same statement may provide challenges, may prove challenging, as the differentiation between items in surplus or deficit versus outside of surplus or deficit may be harder to understand. On the contrary, a few other members supported all items in one same statement as it allows comparability. One member opposed adding a new statement as it may cause more confusion. Still, many members encouraged letting jurisdictions choose between all items in one same statement and between one same statement on an equivalent to a separate OCI statement, with the view that there were no strong reasons to deviate from IFRS 18. Lastly, on terminology, generally, members agreed that OCI does not work well and offered other options, such as other performance items, so OPI rather than OCI. Still, one member suggested retaining OCI as it captures the same items in the private and in the public sectors. So all in all, as you can see, a very rich discussion and many valuable key points for the board to consider. That's it from me.
Thanks, Fabienne. I think it was very useful getting that range of inputs because that just shows what a complex area this is going to be in terms of formulating a way forward. Now, just in terms of the discussions today, certainly at some stage we will have to revisit that question of what is actually in surplus or deficit or what is one of the movements that we're talking about here, but that is not the topic of the conversation today. So just, we need to park that. The point is, what do you do with these other movements? How might you approach that? That's the focus for today. So not the detail of what's in or out. Just to clarify that. So I think at this point in time, we should set the process up then in terms of the discussions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, KEG Chair, as well for feeding in the member comments from Monday. So in terms of the breakout sessions now, I think we mentioned earlier, and apologize if I didn't, pretty fluid agenda. And so given the time right now, which is about 11:35, we do want to make sure we're providing sufficient time for each breakout group to discuss this before we come back for the report back. So at this stage, I would say for the next an hour and a half, so from now until 2, please take the time to be flexible within your groups. Have your discussions, break for lunch when you would like to break for lunch, continue discussions after if you'd like, but the request is that you're back in this main room by 2 p.m. for the report backs and final discussions on this topic and I would say closing off this project for today's discussions. So feel free to take what makes the most sense. Lunch will be served at the same time in the restaurant. Now, in terms of knowing which breakout group you are, you may have already seen some plaques outside in the hallway that have a list of names in the different rooms. So please take a look to see which room you're in. Staff and breakout group leaders will be available to escort people up. But I think from what I recollect, this room is one of the breakout rooms and the other 3 are all up on the first floor. So you will need to take the elevator there, but you also have easier access to food afterward. So thank you very much. We look forward to hearing the fruitful discussions in your breakout sessions. And we do appreciate your understanding and deliberations with these challenging topics. So
just before you break, Ross, one point.
Not a major point, just wanted to clarify on lunch. So lunch is in the restaurant. It is available from 12:30 to 1:30, up to breakout groups to decide during that period when they want to take lunch. We have a little bit of flexibility on time, but the restaurant's closed for us and available during that time. So please work in your lunch. Please have lunch. They've organized excellent food, but there's work to be done as well. So we'll leave it to you guys to manage yourselves. But I was prompted by Leah just to make sure we let you know the timing when lunch would be available so you could build it into your schedule. Thanks.
Right. So back here at 2, Eileen, one final point before we break.
Yeah, sorry. So there's one breakout session that will actually have online participants as well. So it's a bit of a hybrid in that one. So for those that are attending online at the moment, there was a link sent out originally set for 11 o'clock. So please feel free to switch to that Zoom link. There might be a few minutes delay just to get everything set up in the room, but that's how online participants will be able to engage in the breakout. So thank you for your understanding with the administrative and logistical changes.
Okay. Thanks very much, Eileen. And good discussions, and look forward to seeing you back here at 2. Thanks. in other group discussions, just let us know that's the case. You know, and obviously, sort of as we go through, it'll be building up additional points. As they say, in no particular order, I'll go to Claudia's group first, then Andrew, then Abdullah, and then Adrien as number 4. So, and then what we want to do is use, that will take us up to 40 minutes. Then we'll want to sort of, you know, see where we get to in terms of, you know, agreement on a way forward or otherwise. So Claudia, to you first.
Thank you. And thank you to my group, all participants, for the fruitful discussion. And at least we have majorities and minorities. The majority of our group supported the status quo. We thought we have already the information available in the statement of net assets. But what we need is more guidance for the presented information. And what is actually lack is of education or communication and not of transparency. And we think we should separate the revenue and expense outside of net surplus and deficit to not obscure the users. Oh. 1 second. So we don't think that a new statement would support. That was the majority. And even we think that the actual equity table or the statement of net assets, what is the purpose of this statement if we explain OCI in a different way? So then there's nothing left in this statement. So we come to the conclusion that maybe adding more itemization of each revenue and expense in this table would be fulfill our needs in our view. We have another group, or the minority, they suggested to keep aligned with IFRS, as IFRS is, without any exemption. So then location, so the majority was keep the information in the statement of net assets, just add this itemization. We suggest to have a subtotal for this revenue and expense group. We have discussed the labeling OCI. We think income didn't fit at all. So the terminology of IFRS probably wouldn't be helpful. And finally, the majority thought it would be other changes in net asset and equity or other changes of, yeah, that would be sufficient. And what yeah, finally, we think a new statement wouldn't help, especially when we think in decision makers. They have already 4 statements, then they will have a 5th statement. We don't believe that there would be understand this new statement. So we think finally to include what we have into existing documents or elements would be sufficient. That was the majority, and the minority kept the IFRS alignment.
Okay, that's great. And I should have said, obviously, if you've got detailed notes that you want to pass them to staff afterwards, that would be really helpful. Because it's difficult to communicate all of the kind of detail and the sense and so on just in a few minutes. So thank you very much to that group. So Andrew, to your group.
Thanks. So we were the group that took the full allocation of time and have got a lot of notes for the CP to think about. I think first question around transparency, you can always do more. So there was pretty much a unanimous yes, there is a need for greater transparency. There were diverse views in how we could potentially get there, and I think our minority was slightly flipped from Claudia's group, but ever so slightly. It was a one-person difference in that the majority would have selected option 1/2 as an accounting policy choice, so aligning with the private sector guidance, and then the slight majority, then shall I say, sticking with the status quo in having it all in net assets. Those that felt the option 1 or 2, a separate statement would be useful, we looked at the information content within the items that sit within net assets and felt that they had the same information content as items that are currently in surplus and deficit, and so should potentially then sit in the same statement, but in their own category, kind of on the bottom. We had a very aggressive or perhaps different view here in that, yes, we could put those items into surplus and deficit, but not have them in a separate category of their own, but that be subject to the normal categorization that we decide for all other items within surplus and deficit as well. So that was a very different way of thinking about it. The other reason that individuals thought that it may be useful to put these into the statement of financial performance rather than net assets is that some entities do create multiple reserves within the statement of equity and net assets. And as those number of reserves increase and there's transfers between those, these items can tend to get lost within that broader statement. Those that were in the status quo, so leaving the items in net assets, felt that by including them in surplus and deficit, can obscure the current information that is in surplus and deficit, and that it is already currently difficult to explain these items that are in net assets to some users of financial statements, and by putting them in surplus and deficit can increase that confusion and take away from the focus of the items currently in surplus and deficit. It would also become a quite sizable statement. We also noted there's no conceptual basis for the items that sit in net assets, surplus and deficit. So going back to sort of the ISB's problem there. And yeah, I think that was a fair summary of where we got to.
Okay. Thanks to your group. So Abdullah, to your group.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, we had very constructive discussions, even though we were located at the restaurant and we fought the temptations, and still we came out with good discussions. We were structured. We talked about benchmarking, and we asked specific jurisdictions how they found it. But I will read out because I don't want to miss anything out. And for discussion A, most members believe there is no need for greater transparency, and we base this on the benchmarking and the questions that and the briefing that we got from jurisdiction who applied it. But there is an opportunity for greater communication. Improving the communication can be through use additional notes, and we even elaborated on the additional notes, how it could be. We also had a great suggestion into utilizing the existing notes and how to communicate that better, whether to give a better picture, clearer understanding about the financial performance items. Just one thing, I like this, and just it came out, if it's not broken, why we need to fix it. So that if it's doing the purpose, why we want to add something or complexity to it. But the composition of the notes, that if we consider of having notes, it just need to look into the materiality consideration, specifically even with the ongoing project for the IPSASB. And one of the, and that is coming directly from my own jurisdictions, is to look into the reconciling between opening movement and ending to the ending balance. And we not mean by that this adding a new statement. But some members felt there was a need for greater transparency. but there was mixed view on where to locate it to make to solve for the issue. And for discussion B, because we had stronger view that there was no need for greater transportation, this was not fully discussed. However, participants did consider this and felt that if the information is relocated, then option between 1 and 2 should be looked at, even though one participant felt strongly against using option 1. I won't say what the discussion was there, but yeah, they felt strongly against option 1. For terminology, there was no specific terminology, but yet OCI was not one of the options that, and yeah, we had discussion about that. We felt that it won't be appropriate to use OCI. 2 comments that came out. Participants encouraged IPSASB to consider the purpose of each statement. This would put important on the rationale to state the financial performance information in one place or another, and we looked at it from an auditor point of view, where they want to look into the information, the flow of the information, and how to draw a conclusion out of it. And the last point is we also deliberated on the issues that the private sector is having with the OCI. So pretty much those are the points that we discussed.
Thanks, Abdullah. So to Hervé Adrien, your group.
Thank you. The group worked very quickly. Very effective group. And with regards to the first question, indeed, there was a majority unanimity for agreeing to the need for greater transparency. Although it was noted that the question was twofold as analyzed in the document, in the paper. It's transparency from the preparers to the users, and also from the user's point of view, a matter of understanding the financial statements. So it has to be seen from both, perspective. The fact that there is a important knowledge gap among users regarding the structure of the statements, the nature of their items, the reasons for which there was such a statement that was separate from the main statement of performance might be confusing for the users. So that were the reasons for this support of greater transparency and the move ahead. Now, with regards to the solutions to adopt, the group was, I would say, divided. Half and half between a single statement with its merits and providing the entities with a choice to opt for one single statement or those 2 statements that we currently have in the way it is prepared. The supporters for the single statement noted that in one statement, it would give prominence to those items that are recognized outside of surplus and deficit, normal surplus and deficit. I would say normal surplus and deficit, okay? Although it could also be confusing because, and this is linked to the terminology issue, in this 4th category, the 4th category, we would have a mix of investing, financing, and operating items. So we would have to deal with that because, of course, in this category, either we distribute those items among one of the three categories, or we keep them together in another category that would be heterogeneous compared to the others. And the supporters of allowing the entity to choose between 1 and 2 statements noted that users are not very familiar with the recognition of items outside surplus or deficit. So they said sometimes for some entities there would be a need, depending on the state of mind of the preparers, the nature of the entity. There could be a need also depending on the primary users. Some are more knowledgeable than others in different entities. There would be a need to offer that option to the preparers. And with regards to terminology, we were very creative. And we noted also the dilemma between willing to align with IPSAS 18 and not very convinced with that terminology OCI that is ambiguous, misleading, well, rather weird, in fact. So we offered 4 possible other terminologies, wherever it is located. That would be other economic flows, other revenues and expenses, very original, other changes in net assets, and other comprehensive income, of course. That's it.
Thank you. So I was going to summarize by saying that we had two different views in each of the groups, but then you just ended up with 4 different options. So I mean, I think that's been a very interesting exercise, because I think it shows us that there isn't a single view here, and therefore probably, as we've had with all the way through this project, in a sense, actually, there's a question as to what is your benchmark in terms of how you start off your debate, and you know, and therefore, and what's the appetite for you know, adaptation or alignment with IFRS 18, and you know, is the status quo good enough? Is the status quo not good enough? I suspect that in the way that we had the discussion about the performance statement presentation, some of that will be influenced by the nature of the body, and, if you like, the way in which it's funded and the way in which it's regulated. In moving forward, I mean, clearly there are 2 options, really. One is that, you know, you combine it. The other is that you use another statement, whatever you call that statement. And I guess what we're going to have to do is actually really sort of present the 2 options within the consultation paper, and in developing the content for the consultation paper, then I think we're going to need to see whether you know, either of those options actually commands support from members, or whether we actually you know, basically put both options forward, either as possible models or, you know, with a choice between them. And we would need to give people some idea as to what criteria, then, if you allowed a choice, what might influence your decision. I mean, clearly the labeling question is important, and almost that takes you right back up to the question about what are these things and what is their significance in terms of assessing performance for an individual organization. So, you know, probably it's almost the flip side, which is why we're struggling with this, which is what is the performance statement? What does that represent? And therefore, what are these other things that need to sit elsewhere? And is there a rationale, or are they just, rather like in the statistics world, they're the things that balance between what goes through the performance statement. You know, if you look at the movement between the opening and closing balance sheets, they're the other things, other economic flows, as statistics calls them. So I think that's, you know, clearly there's no one view that's predominating. And what I didn't do was check where the majority and the minority were in each of the groups and whether that was consistent or not. I think that's something that staff will need to do in terms of the feedback. I think if we assume, though, that we are going to need to present both views, then I think probably what we need to do is actually assess what's come out of the discussions, and actually, because we're going to need to put a list of pros and cons down. And I think then we need to also just put together the list of suggestions in terms of the names, or the name if it's a separate statement, and bring that back. David, do you want to come in?
Not really, no. I mean, those of you who were not busy paying attention to your discussions may have noticed that I did visit every room while you were discussing. I must admit that I thought that there was some very focused discussions. I mean, you could see that people were concentrating very much on the discussion in hand. And I heard a few things that sort of came out, and I was like, yeah, I can see that, you know, why that might be an issue. I think it's going to be, as you've said, in quite a nuanced discussion that we need to put into the CP, because it was clear to me that there were, you know, arguments perhaps on both sides as to what we might do. And probably, I mean, I know staff will try and find out what the actual balance between the majorities and the minorities are. But I think my gut feeling is it's about, overall, it's probably about 50-50, which does make it even more difficult in some ways, because it means that we're going to have to be even-handed in presenting the arguments for both sides. I don't think we're going to be able to turn around and say the majority of the board would go this way or the other. So, yeah, I think, I mean, I think I'd also say that, you know, that was a very brief summary of the discussions. I mean, you all did very well, under 10 minutes each. But I know that there are staff notes that were taken at each of the meetings that will be fed through to Eileen. I think I would like to suggest, but Eileen might hit me, but I think I would like to suggest that if once Eileen's gone through the notes of those meetings, if we feel there's a need to contact any of the probably the group leaders to ask perhaps for a bit more flavour to those comments, we would appreciate your fairly prompt reply to those requests, because we haven't got that much time between Christmas and the March meeting. But I really think we need as much of the, you know, the fruitful discussions that you've had, so that we can, you know, present something that's hopefully will enable us to move forward in March.
I mean, thinking about it in terms of just taking a step right back, I think we do need to think about it in terms of our own processes when we think about developing guidance where there is a potentially relevant piece of ISB literature. And I think, therefore, in developing the thinking, actually, that's where it challenges us to articulate when we adapt or align with IFRS, particularly when we adapt, what are the public sector reasons that we're doing that? And I think that's what challenges us. That's what keeps us as a board honest in terms of our ability to, articulate why this is different and therefore why we have come to a conclusion. And I think that's going to be one of the important things here. What are the choices, to articulate, well, what are the existing choices, and what are then the views on, well, we need to go further than that, we need to go in a different direction. That makes sense. David?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I heard one interesting comment after one of the groups had broken up, which almost turns that on its head and might be relevant for this sort of discussion, and that is, what are the reasons for aligning? Not are there public sector reasons not to, but are there public sector reasons why we should or shouldn't? So I think it's both sides of the argument here.
I think it is, but I think we have to start from somewhere, and I think we have a process for doing that. So therefore, I think the arguments have to start from why would we adapt? Simply because you need somewhere to start from, you need something to anchor it to. And also, I think, I think we have a process, and we know that elsewhere we're starting from IFRS 18, and we are bringing in appropriate material from IPSAS 1 where that's different. So I think we have to follow this through logically, that that's and argue from that. But I think in doing that, clearly we will reflect on, if you're an organization that is actually raising external funding from the capital markets, then that would tend to drive you to more an IFRS aligned position, whereas for other organizations that are not doing that, where they're funded from, for example, transfers from elsewhere, then it means something different. Equally, if you're on a current value basis as opposed to a historical cost basis. So I think that's where we just, process-wise, we need to use that as the anchor, and then we go from there in terms of, okay, how might you make use of the options within IFRS 18, and if you make use of those options in a way that works for the public sector, but you still need to go further, why do you need to go further? And the naming point may well be one of those where it doesn't have to be OCI under IFRS. It can be anything that actually is more evocative of what these things actually are. And if they don't really represent anything, then probably it's not, there's no point in saying. I just want to check, is there anything else in thinking about it that, any other points any of the group leaders want to make? Andrew.
I think just in terms of thinking about it, so I supported what David said around public sector reason to align. I think it is an important factor. And I think the reason I say that is, I mean, it's not the first time the board is looking at this. So the board has had a look at this in the past and made a decision then not to bring in OCI. I think we need to go back to what those reasons were and see, have there been changes in the landscape or in that environment to where we are today.
Ross.
So in bringing this project on, we have went back and looked the documentation around the reasons not to go with OCI isn't that strong. So I don't think we've ever put out a really strong view other than we didn't want to use it. So I think it's important if we're going to have a consultation paper that we just articulate the reasons why we're departing. And I think this board should decide based on its deliberations. It's this board's CP.
Yeah, I mean, I think having been present around the board table in various different capacities during that period, I think that's a fair representation. I think various members expressed views in the past, and those were very much driven by the sort of reporting tradition that they came from. But the board itself has never expressed a view on that. We've just put it in the too difficult bucket, frankly, which is why we are now having this conversation. And so I think that's where we are going to need to articulate our thinking now based on our view now. So there's nothing to be bound by in terms of previous debates and discussions. Eileen.
Thank you, Chair. Not too much to add because obviously I wasn't around during that time. But when I was onboarding onto this project, I did look at some of the research materials Anthony had considered and put together. And it did seem like there wasn't too much documentation or, very clear deliberations by the board at that time. But the general sense was this is really new. The ISB had just introduced that change. Not sure how it's going to work, how it will be. Liang was actually in the breakout group that we were in. She provided a bit more insight as well on the private sector side about some of those challenges. And so I think, it's hard is definitely one way of classifying it, but I think it's just really difficult at the moment to see whether or not that would bring true value as it's currently presented. But I think it kind of calls into that question that we can't address on this project, but is a question about that allocation element to say what is or isn't in, because it really underpins what information you're actually presenting here.
Patricia.
I think one way to think about is to identify the items that represent other revenue and expenses. And the reason why in the specific IPSAS, the item was, the item is not part of the supposed deficit, the result of the, I think maybe if I have the list of the items, the reason why it's not composed the result, I can give elements, not specific about OCI, but specific about each item that is not transit to the result.
Eileen.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Patricia. So that is actually something that I solicited Edwin's help with for 2 hours during this quarter, just to help me kind of go through it and get a sense of what is or isn't there. And that was actually what built into the table that was in the paper. So we can connect with you offline to show you what they are, which IPSAS had those indications of revenue and expenses that need to go in outside of surplus or deficit. But in terms of the why, I think the why was always it aligns with IFRS so that those allocations were consistent. We checked through basis for conclusions to see if there was indications documented by the board during the development of those IPSAS for the rationale. And I think there was actually only one IPSAS where we found a specific basis for conclusion that indicated the decision was for alignment with IFRS. So it seems to be an underpinning in a way, and that's why we are where we are now, where the revenues and expenses in surplus and outside of surplus and deficit are aligned with ISB because we've taken that approach for each IPSAS as we develop them. We can share that list with you offline.
Patricia, back on that.
I go back to the base for conclusion in IFRS, because the rationale is not to repeat the base for conclusion if the IPSASB agree with the reason in the IFRS. maybe need to go back a little more.
Claudia, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you. I'm a little bit confused now because we get the task at first to clarify if you need more transparency and communication. If it's true, then we will look what it means and go to the IFRS alignment view. And now it feels like we skipped the first step, what we planned in the beginning, and said we are going directly to IFRS alignment. So that's why I'm a little bit confused by the end. Maybe, but I get your last point not right, but that's in my understanding now. That's feel like okay, we going now the IFRS alignment.
I mean, we have, we need somewhere to start with our arguments, and basically, as I mean, it keeps coming back to what do IFRS say, because that's really where a lot of our standards actually come from, because that's the way we thought about it. But I think that's where I come back to we have a process for examining whether that's the right approach for the public sector or not. And the challenge we've got here is actually fundamentally, is performance and measuring performance different in the public sector or not? And all of those factors that we articulated in the discussion on the performance statement come into play earlier on, in terms of what is performance? I mean, is it essentially, recognize gains and losses during the year and items that you as an organization have control over? Is that performance? Question mark. And therefore this statement becomes a residual, and I think it's the meaning of that residual, those transactions which aren't part of performance. Then the question is actually, is there an overarching logic to that, or are they just simply, we have an opening balance sheet, we have a closing balance sheet, we have items that we're responsible for and are accountable for in terms of performance, and therefore these are the other things, the other movements that have happened during the year. And in many respects, I think probably, that's where people have struggled in the private sector with calling it other comprehensive income, because that probably overstates what it actually is. If it's as simple as the kind of equivalent to it's double entry bookkeeping and it all just balances, which is where other economic flows comes in the GFS literature, then maybe actually we just need something that actually says these are other balances. There's no surplus that you can realize, so you don't want to mislead people on that. There then is this question about, is there an overarching logic that you can then apply about what sits in the performance statement as opposed to sits in this other bucket? And I think probably, when you look at the IFRS, I mean, I think it's worthwhile the point that Patricia makes about, well, has the IASB actually made these decisions? Quite likely, a lot of it is just what traditionally has sat there, and is there a reason to move it? But I don't know, and I think that's and I think this is why they've found this project tough, because it took them an awful long while to get to IFRS 18. I think it was maybe a 10 or 12-year gestation period. So therefore, actually, then that's quite hard for us to articulate. Well, should we be different? If we are different, why? And I think that's what's challenging us. Lynn.
Thanks. Just a couple of points. Fabienne made an important point in our group, which is, do we have the correct assumptions on what's currently in these items? And I just wanted to perhaps build on that with some thoughts around that, because actually what strikes me is that you might end up IFRS aligned if we felt that the items that we're talking about here are the same. But one thing that I always pull out and think about in terms of these items, and I'll give you a example, in Jersey, they don't use the consolidation standards, and they don't consolidate all entities that you would do if you used the consolidation standards. Instead, they hold some entities as strategic investments and do fair value through other comprehensive income. So you've got some movements in entities that would otherwise be consolidated line by line if you blindly followed the consolidation standard. Actually, that change in those values of those investments are going through below the line here. So I know there was some research done by the academic group at some point in time around what are these items, but I think we shouldn't necessarily assume they're the same items, and it might just be worth reminding ourselves of what are these items in the public sector context, particularly if entities aren't following the consolidation standards, which I believe is probably the least complied with bit of our literature.
Thanks, Sin. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reflect on perhaps a suggestion around, I think David put it well, that this needs to be quite a nuanced discussion in the CP. And one of the things I observe is the things that OCI or net assets equities is, the product of that is actually decisions by standard setters, both international standard setters over many years on a project by project basis. And as you pointed out, the ISB couldn't really agree on the conceptual basis. And so I think a very important part of the nuanced discussion is the history of summary of to remind people that there is very little conceptual basis for what goes in them. And in some ways, the nuances, what goes in them defines the statement as it currently. So I think that context is so important for this discussion, because usually when we're deciding on making a change to improve user needs, we've usually started with a conceptual basis of some description and something's changed. But I was reflecting on how much these items outside of surplus deficit are decisions of standard setters over many years on a project by project basis. They don't really have a conceptual basis. And so where we're starting from is quite different from elsewhere. We have got, the ISB have made a change, and there was dissatisfaction with the conceptual basis of that at the time. So I think that context is so important as part of that nuanced CP discussion.
Thanks, Angela. I mean, I think, so just, if you like, going back to the discussion that we've just had, I think that we need to just firm up on that piece of work that I think you've actually done, Eileen, in terms of, is there anything, because I know you've gone through and you've looked at the various different parts of the performance statement and you've mapped between the relevant IPSAS and IFRS. And I think it's therefore useful to just make sure that we're firm on the fact that there isn't an overarching conceptual reason, that it is, as Angela has suggested, it's the product of the decisions that have been made standard by standard. And I think that's probably where we are, but it's useful just to check that. I think there is that piece of research that Lynn has referred to. That would be helpful if that has actually also done a similar piece of work, because I think then that puts us in a rather different place. And in that, looking at that, is there a conceptual basis? I think it's useful to understand, is there a difference between the public and private sectors? Sorry, is there a difference between the IFRS and the IPSAS? In terms of, have we really made any changes in recognition for the public sector in the past? Because I think that's helpful. That just grounds the, okay, what decisions are actually facing us here? And then I think, so I think that gives us a firm basis in terms of, is there an overarching conceptual thinking behind this? And is it just that product of all the various different decisions at standards level? Then I think that starts to lead you to, okay, is there a way in which you can, is there an overarching thinking about what is performance? Yes or no? Because that, and that may be different. So I think we just need to firm up on that. If all of that says, well, it's actually just the product of a lot of these various different decisions at standards level, then that says this collection of balances that we're reporting here actually is just a collection of balances that make, or movements rather, that make the accounts balance, rather than anything that actually has an overarching view. Now, in helping people understand what needs disclosing, then that may well come back to some of the points that Claudia's group were making, that it may be helpful to say, well, look, here are things which are actually movements because of the we're taking a current value approach to valuation of assets as opposed to historical cost. Here are some other things, because we're there are some unrealized gains and losses. So it may well be helpful to say, well, look, here are the sources of where are these things coming from. So I think, there are no conclusions at the moment, but I think you've got as much, if you like, in terms of diversity of views. I think we need to analyze those different factors, and then we're going to have to come back to bringing that together to say, look, there are some choices that need to be made here, or there are some, if you like, there are some options that need to be articulated. Question, does the board actually get behind either of these, or are we just going to explain the pros and cons and then ask for input? That's not as good as actually us being behind, because then if our stakeholders are equally split, that doesn't help the board in future years getting to an ED. But I don't think that, I think without doing that bit of further work for March, that will go in, we will then go into March with a more grounded view as to the way forward. Eileen or David?
Just on my end, just to say thanks, because I think when I joined the project and we were thinking about starting statement of financial performance for this quarter, it was important to look at the breakout discussions before, and what really struck me is it was still really kind of early days thinking. So it's been really helpful today to hear the various views that I think are a little bit firmer, crisper for us to really take this forward and think about what else do we want to investigate and research to finalize some of our views on it. And I can definitely take the point that, yes, this project is on presentation. We cannot, we're not able to really change the recognition, measurement, or allocation pieces of the revenue and expenses in or out of surplus or deficit, but it's important to understand the why so that we can better talk about the presentation and which statement would make the most sense, in what way, how do we enhance communication. So it's an underpinning for it. So we can definitely go away and, do a bit more research on that. Lynn, I'm probably going to connect with you further to see if I can, try not to go through too many unnecessary rabbit holes and find the right rabbit hole to go down. But I think it'll be good for the research. And as you noted, Ian, I think that will help feed into how we put together two options for the board to deliberate further, and whether to include both in the CP or showcase one that we're leaning more towards and go from there. But feel like there's a few steps, but I think the December session today has really helped in moving this along. So thank you for the contributions and the support.
Renee.
Yes, thank you. Just a question of clarification. When we say bring forward two options, so one of them is, I think it's option one from the options that you listed, and the status quo was an option. Can you just clarify which two options you mean?
So I think inevitably, because of our process, one of those is going to be based on IFRS, but also bearing in mind the flexibility that there is within IFRS at the moment. And then, I think that's where we have to leave staff to go away and review the detailed feedback from each of the groups, because we had the two different camps there, and I think that's where we need the more detailed analysis from, and where does that lead you to in terms of formulating the other options. So I don't really want to pin it down a bit too much on that at the moment, because I think staff have got a lot to absorb.
Only thing I'd add is I'm going to not use options next time, just to avoid the confusion. So let me think on it. But I can appreciate that will cause confusion if we're talking option 1 and 2, but we just talked about 3 options today. So we'll refine it so that we can work on that. David.
Well, Renee beat me to it just now, but all I was going to come in was after Ian and your comment to thank board members, technical advisors, observers, and anybody else who happened to attend the working groups for the input that we've had. I think it will help staff and the task force to develop some good material for the next meeting. And if anybody feels the need that they want to be a task force chair, do please ask me, and I'm quite happy to give it to you.
I knew there was a reason why I passed it over to you, David. Okay, no, thank you, everyone. I think it was important that we had those 2 discussions today, actually, because I think that has not only given us some good input at a detailed level, but I think it's also begun to show us the way forward on a strategic basis in terms of the CP. So we are now at 5 to 3 KSA time. So we'll take a break at that point, and if we can be back at 3:15, and then we will move into the World Bank session. And without giving too much away, there are flip charts with different groups around the room, which indicates that there will be some other breakout groups around that session, but we will give you more information on the groupings and the questions when you come back from the break. Thanks, everyone.